Hello everybody. Just wanted to get at least a league in here. The Stompy post list. And maybe some vintage afterwards if I'm up for it. Yeah, sorry if you're here for mostly for that Reclaimer list. Which I do think is like the better list, but Stompy post has been the got my attention, at least recently. So yeah, I'm gonna try and get some tuning of that list. I do think it has potential. And I think it could potentially be really good. Hopefully the sound's not off. So if it is, hopefully somebody will speak up. I guess if not, you can just watch me play. Before I start, I just want to... Man, I'm convinced that, I really want to try and break Cavern of Souls and have the full playset of them. But if I do that, then I have to cut back on basics. I don't think I can drop the basic forest that much lower. Just having 4 basic forests is probably too greedy. So maybe, hopefully 2 caverns is fine. I'm going to use these. Hackbird, if you're watching this. Sorry about those prime times. I'm going to put the regular ones in. I kind of wanted a Bajuka Bog somewhere in the list. But I kind of feel like Bog would be a main deck card. In which case I either have to cut 1 forest, cut a cavern, or go to 61. Oops. Let's see how we do with 5 basic forests. So I do want to bog in. I feel like there was a lot of situations yesterday where I could have used that. Possibly if we could tap it in the sideboard, could take out one of these ballistas. But it really feels like a main deck card to me. Yeah, then maybe after this league, my buddy Janky V will jump on and we'll play some vintage. I've been thinking about this Stompy post list as far as Magic goes, most of the day. I think it needs there's a lot of work to be done on it, and I like that. The prospect of tuning it to something. I'm gonna mold this just because of these 2 giant creatures. This is fine. Put back one of the Once Upon a Times. No green source, which is mostly what I was looking for there. So I think it's either the Cloudpost or the Golos. I'm going to take the Golos to have something to work towards. I get to play that out first. D&T 2. Yeah, I'd like to see how well tuned we could get this list, because I think it could be pretty good. Yeah, don't sleep on it just because I made it sound like a dumb deck. I'm actually gonna play this out, and then if we find a Cloudpost, we can play Golos next turn. I could copy Tomb. Ooh, hey, what's up, Jake? Yeah, maybe we could do this vintage afterwards. But yeah, lots of D&T. That makes me even more happy to play this list here. Hey Jim, how's it going? I think I'm gonna take the Vesuva and just be able to cast Golos. Either that or I think I need either that or Eye of Ugin. It's like, I don't know if like Ancient 2 mana is really what I want, but yeah, I guess it does. Now I'm probably gonna go grab the Eye anyway, so. But I don't think my life total is going to be that relevant to this game. Oh, is that my, that must be my default, emote. Which reminds me, I gotta figure out this emote stuff. Like, do you pay people for that, or? Oh, awesome. Yeah, let's get Eye still. Gives us more... No, let's actually get Cloudpost. Let's just play to this Ulamog. Plus we have a ton of mana for like anything else. Pokemokey. How did you like Sprite Dragon, Jim? Next turn I can still play it even through a port, this Ulamog. I mean, I'll have to take some Nature 2 damage, but whatever. Oh, okay. Well, not too much. Some snake thing. Die evil lands. Sprite Dragon is so quick, is the thing. I think it kills me so quickly. Although going Wyatt just like kind of seems like the more unusual approach. Like there's less things that do that. These Thought-Knots aren't great. Oh wait, Chalices aren't great. Let's get Chalices. D&T has a varied mana curve. Or rather, they're not so dependent on 1-drops. Maybe on the play, we'll put him back in just to stop Ether Vial, but I don't think it's worth it here. I'm so colorless. Nice. You have 2 relevant lands for this matchup. Karakas could put a Thalia back. It's beating us down. Go. Yeah, I'm actually going to play that out. Maybe I should have played the Tabernacle out there. Oh well. Might as well save myself the damage at least. Elemental. I'd rather either stop Wasteland in the future, I guess, than Tabernacling right now. Yeah, let's get that Spyglass out there. It's more important. If they want to Flicker Wisp it, I guess I should say Ether Vial. Force them to play it out, waste their turn with that. Not sure on mana at all either, so even if I get Wastelanded, it should be fine. How's it going, Dujas? Oh, I'm good. Just messing around with this this other version of this deck. I've been like trying to tweak. Maverick is back. Night of the Reliquary. See that card a lot now. Which is bad news for me, but good news for everybody else that likes that card. Yeah, there's seen like so much variation in these lists in Legacy. I like it. Man, yeah, let's just get Tabernacle down again. I see Stifle like all the time, I feel like. Yeah. For multiple decks. They're not going to Cataclysm now. Why do they return their own Thalia? I remember people in the group, the AZ group, were talking before how Stifle's like a gotcha card. But I think it's like all around pretty useful. Maybe it's more of a thing where people like some metagames they expect it, and sometimes they it's a complete surprise. Flickering their planes. Like, as long as people are thinking about it, then I think it's pretty good. That's like the whole, like the fear of it all. And I could have Golos up and protected. Hey, thank you, Lord Michael, for the follow. No, I think I can just even lose my Golos. Even if it's going to get instantly swords. If I got my Eye of Ugin out, it should be fine then. I really don't want to wait around forever here. Sturtling. Maybe I should have taken the Thought-Knot, or played the Thought-Knot, but this puts us towards winning. No, nice, Jim. Hope to see you later. Take it easy. I'm like half paying attention to chat and half paying attention to this game. I feel like it's all None of them are going well. Hey, thanks a lot, Peaches. Yeah, take it easy. Oh, even better. Means we can Emrakul next turn. Alright. I hope we keep running into these D&Ts. It's a nice, peaceful game. D&T's not always peaceful. Hey, one and only. Hope you're having a good Monday. Wanted to get one last stream in here before I start my work week. Oh, thank you. Good to hear. Glad somebody's enjoying the Cloudpost. I'm not off the regular list by any means, but yeah, I've been thinking a lot about the Stompy list and testing it a lot. And I think it has I think this could be a pretty good deck. Daniel Nunes. Slivers. Most likely. The first hand, just Ancient Tomb, is not enough mana. This one's also not enough. Oh, I remember the old, like the Metalworker 12 post decks. Haven't seen those in a while, but they were pretty sweet. I'll just stick with this. It's not best, but I don't think I can go to 4. I can mold to 5 too. Plus Chalice isn't really that good against him. Yeah, let's go to 4. Hey, there's Devastator again. We should keep that. Now, what pulls us out from here the best? I want to keep Spyglass, mostly for Ether Vial. Once Upon a Time and all the mana. Yeah, so I guess it's pretty obvious. I don't mind keeping Eye also, just because it's something to work to for the end game, but I think we just need all the mana we can get. I'll do everything I can to get to Predator. It is pretty awesome when it does happen. Say Ether Vial, Cavern, Muscle Sliver, Striking Sliver. Hopefully we just get to really any creature at this point. Oh yeah, that's the dream. The infinite Emrakul turns. We have our mana now. Just need to get it something before these kill us. It's bad for us. this out now too. So we're gonna take 9. Let's look at least. I'm gonna say giant with this cavern. The uncounterability is not important in this matchup. At least Slivers does sometimes have force, but we know it's not right at this moment. And I need to preserve this Glimmerpost for as long as possible. Wasteland. That's not good to see. That's actually gonna make this Glimmerpost worse too. At least we have a blocker now. Oh, okay. Yeah, Goblins is a sweet deck. I do like that deck. We have some talented Goblins players here in Arizona, so I know the power of those guys. Yeah, definitely, in hindsight, I should have played Glimmerpost as the land last turn. But I figured, if they didn't Wasteland, and then they draw, a Cloudpost to this turn, then maybe the extra life gain would be more relevant. Now we're just in the danger of, dying. 1 Alpha Strike. Yeah, Slivers are sweet, too. We're playing against the Sliver Master. Alright, well, if they don't draw out of Lord here, I guess we get 1 more draw step. Probably just need to block the 4 power here to save as much damage as possible, rather than kill one of these. Oh, that's more relevant than attacking them for 4 next turn. Say we draw a prime time next turn. Yeah, being at 3 life lets me Glacial Chasm an extra turn. Yeah, I should definitely do this now. What's the Merfolk Bomb? Not really up to date with all the new cards. Yeah, Slivers always get their Master 5 color cards. It's true. And that seems just like D&T kind of. Chalice is not good. Yeah, I sometimes will stream on Mondays. I thought I should do it now while I have the chance. And also because I'm been pretty excited about this Stompy list. I've had a lot of fun playing it. And I feel like there's more depth to it than I originally thought. This thing kinda sucks though. I'm going to 5 again. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to keep this. Yeah, how many Golos? Yeah, I don't even know if I'll need Force of Vigor, actually. No, I'll keep it around. Might be good against, like, Vile. This hand doesn't feel great by any means. And I like Thought-Knot Seer in this deck a lot. It's pretty... I don't really play it in the other deck ever, or haven't in a long time. It's a nice piece of disruption. I never really target anything other than with Ulamog. So I think this one is better. Plus, it might... hit tempo's better for them in case they draw like a second, another 2-mana card. Yeah. On a 4/4 for 4 body too. I remember when Ravenous Baloth came out, and that was like way above the curve. Now just like any color gets it. No, I did not. I just drew it this turn. Oh, right, did I? Maybe I did, actually. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, what a dumbass. I'm just gonna try and cast this right now. I'm not gonna tap the tune to do it. Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Even, like, rewarded for having a slow hand. Pitching Hibernation Sliver. Oh well. We get a Thought-Knot Seer at least next turn. Possibly a Golos. Yeah, I'm so not used to it just to it still being around that late. Let's get Tabernacle with this Golos. I'll kill one of their creatures. And also stop them from casting any in the future. I definitely want to turn off Wasteland right now. Sliver. And do I attack with stuff now in the spot? Probably not, right? Because then I would just turn on their ability to play out another Muscle Sliver, which would be worse for me. while also losing my own creatures. Yeah, I think we just passed. Yeah, Tabernacle's stupidly expensive. That's why these Eternal formats are moving to being all online now. Alright, so next turn we'll pay with the Cloudpost in a forest. And play the Thought-Knot out. And then once we start making some headway on the board, then we can start attacking, I believe. Oh yeah, I wish we could have the paperback, definitely. We got a good scene out here in Arizona for Legacy. They might force a will here. Yeah, they run usually like 3 wastelands. Their mana is like otherwise pretty restricted, or their lands I should say. Let's just keep them all around with the 1 mana lands. So I think, yeah, let's play Thought-Knot out this turn. Next turn, we could just sack the Golos and the Rejuvenator to play this other Golos for sure. Thank you, Jealousani. I don't want to give them cards if I don't have to, so I don't want to lose the Thought-Knots. This is fine, actually. Force pitching Unsettled Mariner. Yeah, I feel like we probably shouldn't be attacking, but maybe we should. I don't see any reason to keep this, I mean, I'd rather just keep this going right now that we do have going. Don't give up your insurance for Magic. Seems like a poor life decision. Oh, gotcha. Trying to think now. You know, let's get rid of the Golos. I could either attack, deal 3 extra damage to them, or at best get them to sack one of their blockers. But if I don't pay for Golos's Tabernacle, then maybe if I draw another mana source, I don't have to tap the Tomb, and that's probably better at this point. So I'll just keep the Thought-Knot around. This is all because I'm going to cast the second Golos in hand. Oh, I didn't draw another land. It's unfortunate. Well, maybe now I just attack into this. Nah, I need to keep both as blockers. That's kind of unfortunate. I feel like I should probably just get life here too. Yeah, life just protects me in multiple ways. Well, it builds me my mana and just preserves me. Then the second one, I'll get Cataracts most likely. You don't get to have insurance on things like if you travel to tournaments and stuff, though. I'm pretty sure you can't get insurance on those. I have 2 Tabernacles. Half of a playset. It's close. I'll keep them around this time. I guess there's no reason to not keep Golos. I tapped her already. Whatever. So I'll just block with this Crystalline Sliver. Alright, I really hope we don't lose this one. Yeah, I feel like taking the chance with this Cataracts. We'll have to take 2 from an Ancient Tomb, but I'm willing to risk it. Yeah, I have no idea how much it's actually worth. A Tabernacle. I'll probably sell them at some point. Definitely one of them at some point. I think it'll go up, honestly, from where it's at right now, even. Payments. Yeah, I'm doing okay. If I ever need the cash, I'll definitely sell out. I'm fine right now. I want to take my chance on this Cataracts and get my land drops. Yeah. Could have definitely got Karakas, though. I actually should have gotten Karakas. Too distracted by chat, which is okay. I like when chat's there to talk with me. I think we might just be dead now. Yeah, I gotta take both these now. Or not. It's too late for I think. Because we'll go to 1. Or no, we're just dead now. Yeah, that was really stupid. Okay. We definitely should have gotten Karakas. This is all your fault, chat, for talking to me. No, I definitely did lots of stupid things. I forgot to play that free Once Upon a Time. It's okay, we lost to the best Slivers player. There's no shame in being beaten by the best. I would trust chat. I would listen to chat on things about other decks that I don't really know about. About this stuff, though, like, yeah, don't worry. I won't listen to chat about that. I don't think it's my... I have a Black Lotus. That's more expensive. Most expensive legacy card though is Tabernacle. Wonder how bad this matchup's going to be for us. Either they're comboing or... no idea. It's the unlimited one. No, bought him like 5 years ago or so. The Artifact Power. Decided to buy into Vintage because I figured I would go to Eternal Weekend every year. And plus I just kind of like collecting. So I just decided to buy into it then. Like, I would never consider it nowadays. This was before, like, all the cards spiked. Like, I was planning to buy, like, Recall and Time Walk, too. But, yeah, like, that ship has sailed now. Another Tomb here. Let's see, what do we think this is? Inquisition. Is this a Doomsday? I should probably just try and get this Golos down. So let's get another Tomb. Because I want to play the Cloudpost out and start ramping that way. Actually, I can just play the Tomb. I don't really know. So, like, yeah, when I bought, like, my vintage cards, the workshops were, like, 400 apiece. And I knew at, like, the time that, like, if I was going to buy the cards, just buy them sooner rather than later. If that's any idea, like, what the scale was then. I'll probably sell those, too. So when I'm ready to, like, buy a house, I'll cash out then. But I don't really want the money sitting around now when I'm young and stupid. I feel like I'm making the wrong choices with these lands here. It makes me think like Ant or Doomsday. Like, it's not possibly Doomsday. Let's just get Karakas this time. I think Cloudpost. Yeah, I'll play this Once Upon a Time in hand. Oh yeah, it's only because like I'm an older person than I guess like than most of the average people that play or watch now. Just those of us that have like been alive longer, we like got jobs earlier obviously and were able to afford them before they got to the prices that they got to. Although like each step of life you get to, like the pay, like those tiers of Magic get more and more accessible each time. But right now it's just like, yeah, I could see never being able to buy into Vintage, or never thinking could. It's stupid. I guess there's something to... Yeah, I didn't expect Delver at this point. Figured they would have had a threat out by now, before then. Alright, I don't think I'm going to die next turn, so I can get mana here. So No, I don't blame you, Baru. LED used to be in like the garbage, like 50-cent rare box I remember at the local store. Remember seeing that in there. Let's see, 15. Yeah, I can just Emrakul this turn then. Let's gain some life. Unless they stifle. Yeah, I don't know like how long you want to like hold on to cards. I don't think there would be anything that would just make them all plummet immediately. Like something like that would be probably something that's like awful in real life, and in which case there'd be like worse things going on. What's the plan against Delver? Got this Bog. This Bog hasn't been worth it yet. Hey, thank you, Running Bulldog. Thanks for the subscription. Really appreciate it. Yeah, if you don't know and you have Amazon Prime, you get to subscribe to one streamer for free. So definitely give it to one of your favorite Magic streamers. I feel like we could use the money more than Amazon could. If I was playing and not streaming, I would probably side out Devastator. But it's so entertaining and be so awesome if we can get it off. So I don't think I'll like ever sub it out tonight. It's prime times, just because they're tough on the mana. Yeah, I've cast it like 3 times total. The one time just didn't do anything, because they had that Griffin where you can only cast 1 spell a turn out. So that was kind of lame. And then both the other times were pretty sweet, though. Or like one time, yesterday we did it on stream, and it hit like a prime time. Which if it just hits a prime time, then it's worth it at that point. It's my goal, Bulldog, trying to get to a challenge with it. It's gonna be tough, but maybe. I did CWOJ. At least not in this last challenge, but the leagues I was playing beforehand, I kept running into like the blue-white Miracles decks. The ones that were playing like busting out their counterbalances and everything. It's a shame you didn't see them in like the challenges. Yeah, most of the cards that like I play with in Legacy, I was just never expecting to sell them ever. So they weren't really an investment, but the vintage ones are just an absurdly amount of money that I couldn't really justify just keeping them around forever. I think I'm gonna play this Ballista out into days. And even if they do, I can maybe take them off later with the Tabernacle. Yeah, I'm willing to take that risk. The other alternative is to play Tomb out, but I don't want to definitely take the 2 damage of Tomb. Alright. Oops. So hopefully we can make use of this. Maybe tighten their mana up. Yeah, I wouldn't think of it ever, like, consider it as, like, a job. Loverboy, yeah, that would definitely be good for you. If more posts showed up. Kinda hate paying Cavern out for Elf, but might be worth it now because of these 2 Rejuvenators. Yeah, the meta is definitely, it's kind of what I feared. It's definitely worse now for the post. Kind of thought it would be, though. Like Loam, seeing a lot more Maverick and all. More Knight of the Reliquaries. Yeah, this is Grixis Delver here. I've seen little Grixis Control already, and like other styles of Delver too. Yeah, I've seen Blue-Red and also Rug. Oh, we have to hit a Glacial Chasm here or we're dead. So in case we do that, I'll just play the Tomb out. Vesuva, nope, it's not enough. What's up, man? Symbol. The sand could turn out well. I'm gonna lead with Tomb into Spyglass. Definitely worth it to protect the wastelands in the spot. What's up, Goblin Lackey? Ooh. There's lots of good stuff. Wasteland, Wasteland. Goblin Lackey won the first one. Yeah, play this out still. And maybe it should just have waited a turn on that. Play the Cloudpost out first, but they're going to cantrip a bit. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this list before, it's kind of almost like a creature-based, like, Stompy list. Kind of like the color of this one, but with all the, with the green at least, and like prime times. I think the Reclaimer list is honestly like the better one. Or definitely has more control over the games it plays. But this one's like a lot of fun. Like, I shouldn't like try and sell this deck short. I feel like just like making the land drops and figuring it all out is like a pretty fun part if we're like learning to play it. Like, I've really been enjoying it a lot so far. And I do think it has a lot of potential, a lot of power. Yeah, Apex Devastator. It's the dream whenever we can get to play it out. Like, it has good things to hit in this deck. If you just hit like one prime time, then it's worth it. I think I have to play the Vesuva out on Forest. I'm assuming like whatever I play here is gonna get countered. Which can only be the Golos at this point. And to do that I have to take 2 to Tomb if I want to guarantee playing the primetime next turn. Yeah, but I think I want to play it safe and assume that the first thing's going to get countered. It hasn't been great so far, Goblin Lackey. I feel like with like lots of Loam and these Maverick type decks, like it definitely got worse for the deck after Oh yeah, you're right. We saw like double bolts with the Spyglass. Alright, well I guess then we should just play the Golos out and play a Cloudpost out with that. Or I guess we could Vesuva copying Glimmerpost. It's probably the better line. Gain the life, and even if it gets countered, then we still have the prime time mana if we draw a green source next turn. Yeah, let's do that. Just gain the life anyway. Yeah, I should get, if this works, get something sweet. Yeah, I think we get Cavern right now. And we should be able to survive with 14 the next turn. So one thing with this set list that I kind of want to do is to try and squeeze in 4 Caverns. As we saw right here, like a Cavern, aiming like Scout would be pretty good. But I don't know if we can afford to do that. Just because we'd have to cut back on basic lands, most likely, to do that. I don't know if I like doing, like going any lower than 5 basic forests where I'm at right now. They're gonna waste now. They're gonna hit the Cavern too. Yeah, it's a shitty thing. So we're effectively at 2, so we can, because of the 2 bolts, I guess we have like another turn unless they have another red source. That's good, kinda. Alright, we're just dead then. Make sure they have a bolt here. But yeah, I wish... Yeah, I want to do everything I can to fit like Cavern of Souls in. Because I feel like we could just make it work despite the different creature types. Bring up the list here. Oops. Yeah, this is what we're on now. This was posted on the Undefeated Decklist site. The official site, I guess, sometime over the weekend. And there's 6 basics in that list. Drawing out a Bog here, main deck tonight, because I felt like I could have used it several times in the challenge yesterday. But it hasn't come up tonight so far. I don't know if like that's what we want in that spot, or if we want it in the sideboard or not. Yeah, it's definitely true. We took... The 2 damage is definitely a liability for us in this deck. But I think it's worth it still. Yeah, I kind of like probably misleadingly calling it Stompy Post. Almost made it sound like this is like a stupid deck to play. There's not much thinking, but I actually really like the land drops and play to it. I think there's a lot to it, honestly. Especially with Vesuva. I take the... Either play to... Yeah, I feel like I should just go all colorless at this point. Just take Vesuva. Hope the first Cloudpost doesn't get countered. Yeah, that was my fear about playing with Pajuka Bog, is you can't get it early. But even like later in the game, I felt like a lot of the decks were still going pretty deep with their graveyard later in the game to like necessitate having over like with a searching up with like a prime time or a Golos, but it might not actually be worth it. Like the first, all the singleton lands in this deck basically should be lands that you'd want to search up late off of these expensive creatures, like Eye of Ugin, obviously, or Glacial Chasm, just to keep you alive, like late in the game. So I don't know if Bajuka Bog is actually worth it then. Nice Cataracts. Yeah, if there are like lots of these kind of blue-white control decks, you could definitely feast there. And then of course, yeah, Eye of Ugin obviously is like the closing land. Karakas you can search up with Golos and get like multiple lanterns off that. Cataracts, the same thing. And then from like the Reclaimer list, I know this, but like Tabernacle's a good land to search up, especially with Prime Time. Just put the pressure on these opponents going wide. But yeah, I don't know if this bog should probably just be another forest. It's probably not worth having it. Alright, which guy are we casting? Are we Ulamogging or Kozileking? And if we Ulamog, what are we hitting? We could take him off the sea and the plains. I think I like Ulamogging more, and that way, when we cast Butcher next turn, if that gets countered, then we get the Ulamog back in the deck. Should I play the forest, or just go even bigger, colorless-wise? I think more colorless, considering I have all these. I'd rather definitely get one of the big guys out this turn. I don't even care if this gets countered. Yeah, maybe there's value in just knowing what we're up in case they like scoop here. Yeah, that's a consideration too, SCW. Okay, I guess this gets countered. Yeah, now they can possibly hold up Breacher. Yeah. But I guess I can Thought-Knot first next turn. They still can't deal with like a 12/12 Annihilator most likely. Even if they get their 4 treasures. It's actually pretty funny though. They get the treasures to soak up the Annihilator trigger. The exact 4 they need. Yeah, this is suspicious. Ooh. Alright, what you got? You hiding something? Stifle? Well, I can't hold Breacher now, at least. And if I see that they have, like, nothing, that I could play Prime Time with this Cataracts. Which, if they have, like... Did they Thoughtseize this game? That was the last game, right? Swords, see. Alright, that makes me want to just go get Prime Time, I think. Play Prime Time. Yeah, let's just put the win out there. Yeah, let's just get... Yeah, I guess definitely Eye. I don't even need that much more mana, but we get Cloudpost anyway. So close to almost just casting Kozilek anyway. Just like Esper Vial, and I don't know. Just some sort of miracles. I got Eye still, just to put us over the 20 mana necessary. I think I just want these for based on what I see. Like maybe they're Stone Blades, so Force of Vigor would be worth it. One nice thing about having this Vesuva Bog getting cut every round is just having something to like automatically sideboard out. Because figuring out what to take out in this deck is pretty hard. Or at least I just haven't figured out like how I want to board in most matches. Yeah, it should just... It probably is just not even worth it in the sideboard even. Like, just being searched up that late, I guess, probably means it's not meant to be in this deck, in this list. Yeah, I think maybe that was an overreaction to put this in the main deck after seeing some stuff yesterday. There's definitely, like, times when a low would end up there and, like, start doing its thing later in the game than usual. So even, like, even without crop rotation, it still felt like it would be worthwhile having a Vesuva Bog. But yeah, it might not actually be worth it. Yeah, I love these Thought-Knots, though. It's been a while since I played Thought-Knot Seer. Yeah, the usual list that I usually play with Reclaimers and all always had, like, Expedition map. Yeah, they're both pretty good. Reclaimer does need the map just to get lands to feed it itself. Hoodie Weather, thanks for the follow. It's Hoodie Weather time in Arizona right now, which is a great time. Rockets for Golos. Let's see, how do we want to play these next turns out? We can start with Tomb. Vesuva Tomb, second turn. And then we could either Golos or Thought-Knot. Then, at the cost of a lot of damage. Which actually might be worth it in this matchup. Or we could go slower. Yeah, I kinda... So they showed us black, so we might get Thoughtseize too. So maybe there's like some value in just going faster. And they just need like more threats anyway. Yeah, I'll start with Tomb. But there might be like multiple different things next turn that we could draw. that might make me not want to Vesuva at the Ancient Tomb. Like Rejuvenator, for instance, and then play Forest out instead. Batterskull, okay. Oh yeah, Cali's like always gonna be like the greatest weather ever. I'm 1-2 in this league. I definitely punted the slivers around multiple different ways. And it's okay. This is a learning curve thing. I'm not up to speed with this deck yet, and I want to tune it. And also get better at playing, while also paying attention to chat. Which is awesome that, like, I'm getting so much discussion at this time. Thank you, everybody. It's like the really competitive challenges, nobody talks in those. But the chill Monday nights, let's take it easy. Watch us play some fun stuff. Oh, nice, acrobatics. Do you guys have a good, like, paper legacy scene in Florida? Like, that's one in the area of the States where... yeah, I don't think I know if they have a good scene or not. I can cultivate a more chatty. What do you mean? Oh. Saying I'm not fun to talk to? Let's see, do I want to play this Golos out, or... I'm just messing around. I feel like it's probably going to get countered, so I might as well at least force their hand with this Thought-Knot. But the Golos would make better use of the mana. Man. I'm actually probably fine if this Golos gets countered still. Sweet, but it didn't. This should set us up for pleasant times ahead. 10 to 15. Gotcha. I would never, honestly, well, I would watch more Stryphos, but like, he always streams at the exact same time I do, so like, I never get to watch his stream. About to jump into that party sometime, though. Which big city? Acrobatics? Florida's got a lot of big cities, I know. Gotcha. Man. I feel like I should chump with this Golos here. I want them to draw cards, mostly. Oh, what's up, Jim? Glad you could come back. Yeah, I'm just gonna chump for a while. Maybe a Thought-Knot next. And it's like a lot of damage, too. Another Golos. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt it. Let's ramp here. We'll take 2. And get the eye here and set myself up to probably win if this Ulamog can't get it done. Yeah, it's a pretty big germ token. That's like the panhandle. It's not a thing you want to be from the place. Yeah, it's a Sword of Fire and Ice. This is a like an Esper Stoneblade deck we're playing against. It's not been the greatest league, but that's kind of because of my foolishness. Yeah, I'll just take the 2. I want to see if they'll counter this Thought-Knot. And then if they can't counter the Ulamog, then they're probably just dead. I'll take 2, whatever. Yeah, some of these cards just never seen the picture. Like, I don't recognize them at first glance. Oh, nice. One and only. The Panhandle. I guess it's not like the most flattering thing to like think of a place like you've been from when you hear that term. Yeah, I came from the Panhandle. They do have Hull Breacher and Days Undoing. I'll take the Hull Breacher for sure. I don't think I want to take another 2 to also Once Upon a Time, because they definitely might, I'm going to say Days Undoing next turn. They targeted Swords to Plowshares, and actually, like, I kind of screwed up, because if I figured they were going to do this, then I could have split casting these 2 cards out over the course of different main phases. Yeah, but it's too late now. It's going to kill the artifacts, the equipment. Yeah, those 2 are definitely what gets me for miracles these days. Yeah, I guess like since Echo of Aeons sees play, I guess it would make sense that Days Undoing would also be playable now with all these effects that negate opponent's draws. Yeah, I don't know why they would Swords that person. Or that's the Thought-Knot and not the Ulamog. Well, yeah, or even do it that phase. Should opponent said GG's. Good games, opponent. I'm sorry, I got distracted. No, no stage in this list. Yeah, it's like the sand, I wish this was a forest right here. But I'm gonna try it though, just hope he gets this Kozilek. Yeah, I'm trying to refine this list. It still feels like a little bit like it could be better. I'm not saying this is like potentially the best deck ever, but I think it has legs. And plus I just like trying to like fine-tune decks in general. Even if they're not going to be the most powerful deck ever. This one is like potentially pretty strong though too. And it's a lot of fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the sound of the keyboard. Those times that just very distinct typing sound. And I also type really hard. Yeah, I never realized how high quality this microphone is. Because people will notice when I'm scrolling my wheel and doing that annoying sound. Sorry, everybody that gets annoyed by that stuff. Yeah. Sometimes I mute myself just so I can do that. Looks like ant. Yeah, sorry, acrobatics. You're definitely the one most annoyed by it. What would the mouse wheel emote look like? Just like a finger on a circle or something. And if my channel ever grows, people will be like, oh, what the fuck? Confuse these new people. Yeah, I try and like improve myself with those kind of annoying reflexes though. I find it funny how people hate when streamers like eat and chew on stream. Like stuff that just anybody would do normally. Like, no, don't do that on stream. That reminds me, I gotta get some more water. Shuffling noisemaker. Just like shuffling cards in the meantime. I tried doing that one of the challenges earlier this weekend. I figured like that was annoying in its own way too though. Kept like dropping shit on the ground. Yeah, like you have to like have a place to like put your fingers or like do something with your hands like at all times. Jim, are you one of the people that like flicks your cards like all the time? I haven't seen Kibler in particular, but I can imagine actually. Yeah, it's like the hands have to be like doing something at all times. Oh, this matchup still seems terrible. Empty the Wardens, you could beat that. Okay, let's think here. I only have 10 goblins, so... Say I tap 2 of these Cloudposts for 6, play Golos, have 1 floating, get another Cloudpost, tap the last one for 4, so that's 5 mana, you can get Eye, and then the turn after we can decide to either... Well, if we draw a Locust Land that turn, then we just get Emrakul and win. Oh, what's up, John? We have Tabernacle in the sideboard. But, yeah, I like just playing the Golos and getting that much closer to Emrakul and just winning it all. And then we can play Glacial Chasm next turn if we need to. Also return our Golos, gain some life. Yeah, that Empty the Warrens was pleasantly surprising. Have to get Cloudpost here to increase our mana. And also just hope we don't die to something else their turn too. Just emotes for my annoying tendencies. Nothing about like big mana or anything like that. Just like annoying sounds on Tony's stream. Come on, Locust Land. Or Emrakul. That's fine too. Look at our deck, making it so easy. And they're even at 18 exactly, so just attack with this. If we hadn't drawn Emrakul there, I could have bounced Golos, gotten like life, played Kozilek, and maybe did a few other things. but no need to think about it. Alright, these Mindbreak Traps, we'll bring the Ballista in. Or the Tabernacle. Maybe Ballista too. Chalice is great. I guess there's nothing to Spyglass really. Other than possibly Wishclaw. Normally against Ant, I'll bring in Force of Vigors. Just to try and hit the... like an LED that's played out of sequence, or if they have 2 LEDs in a row. I don't know if that's going to be worth it here, though. And same with Faerie Macabres. Maybe Macabre would be worth it, just to hit like an Infernal Tutor, if they go for like a Past in Flames line. But then they would probably just see it with like a Duress beforehand anyway, or Thoughtseize. Let's see, Glacial Chasm seems bad. The Bajuka Bog seems pretty bad when we can't Crop Rot for it. But I could still see some value in just having it defined off of like a Golos late game. I guess if we made it that far, we probably just don't need this then. Let's trim some of the fat. Not Devastator, because has to stay for streams. This sounds really lazy of me, but... well, it wasn't really laziness, but it kind of was in the end. But I don't have a second monitor set up yet. I needed like another adapter to plug into the back of my computer, which I have to wait till tomorrow to get that, which means it won't come up until next week's stream. So yeah. Just play it the old way one more time. Yeah, I guess we'll do it like that. Could maybe cut the Eldrazi entirely and also Eye of Ugin to fit more fairies in. So John, if you're watching, this is like some different version that I've kind of been brewing around with. Now it came with a VGA cable, which is like super old. Or maybe it was just too old because I bought it as a discount from Amazon. Because I figured they would come with HDMI these days. But apparently not. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look like all that much of a discount. Like, it looks pretty nice now. Maybe they just wanted to clear the old shitty ones from their warehouse, but... yeah, I was surprised too. My friend that built my computer, like, he set up the... I guess you can set it up so it will take either type of card. Or EVGA, your video card, I guess, gets to affect that. Hold on. Let me not get distracted to not Mindbreak Trap this ad, Nas. I almost did. Yeah, so we set it up because assuming that I would have monitors that use HDMI. But no, did not. I think I should Chalice on 0 here. That better be better than Chalice on 1. I don't know. Nah, Chalice on 1's probably better because they're gonna try and cantrip from this point. Sweet. Jake, if you're watching this, like, I kind of want to stream some more Stompy posts, so we'll stream Vintage together at some other point. I kind of want to try another league of this, though. Want to do better than 3-2 if possible, and plus this is pretty fun. Try and tune it a bit. Yeah, so let's make a couple adjustments, or see if we want to do that. I don't think I want this bog. Maybe it'll go on the board, but I think just in theory it's probably not worth it being anywhere. I guess I could have just did this way. So let's make that a 6 forest again. Maindeck, you like Maindeck Tabernacle? It does seem better in this version than like the other one. Yeah, exactly, Jim. I was thinking that. Yeah, so John, I had like that was like the original list that I based this off of. It had 2 summoning traps, which does like kind of seem better if I'm not going to be running all the caverns that I was like hoping to fit in there. We could play the summoning trap list though, like something like that. Yeah, it's or we could like up the cavern count to 3. I was like hoping to like try and take advantage of the caverns personally, just because I feel like that's like the busted element that could be exploited with all these creatures. Summoning trap like kind of does that the same way too, though. But like caverns play well kind of with. I think it could work with this deck. I just don't know like what to squeeze out of the deck to fit more caverns in, though. Yeah, I could see 3 caverns, 5 forests. We could try that setup. Or we could try summoning traps too. But yeah, without crop rotation, map, reclaimer, searching up or like specific lands early in the game, like all the one of lands need to be like specific things that would be searched up later. We could cut a Vesuva, maybe. Yeah, that's try worth doing. Yeah, maybe I'm like... I definitely want Glacial Chasm no matter what. I could cut a Vesuva. Like, I like to just keep 4 of a card, if possible. But maybe that's just, like, too much of a bias that I should not worry about so much. Like, I feel like Vesuva's pretty cool in this deck. Any of the things you, like, copy, you can make good use of, like, not just Cloudpost. But maybe it would be right to cut a Vesuva. Yeah, I like Crop Rot for against like the combo decks where like a Bajuka Bog or a Chasm would be really good. We could try a Summoning Trap though. I'd be down to do that. If we do that, I have to look at the specific list if we do that. We have 1 Cavern, 6 Forests. And we don't have Apex Devastator because it's kind of bad for just putting it into play. Yeah, really, like, it's not like there's any established build of this, or like there's, you must include this card, like any of that kind of rule. Hey, Nubro Una, thanks for the follow. So I'm just kind of going off my own, like, thoughts and feelings on some of these choices. I just, like, wanted to try and abuse Cavern of Souls for a long time alongside Cloudpost. Just another, like, land-based way to get things going. Oh, nice, Jim. Yeah, thanks for checking in. Just trying to play a little bit more Magic before I have to start working next week. Alright. You guys want to see summoning traps or more caverns? Or in prime time? Hmm. Is it hard to cast Uro? Yeah, so what if we... Yeah, well, maybe I don't mind like trying to cut it Vesuva and maybe get an extra cavern that way. So yeah, that way we'd have 6 forests, 3 caverns. Like the numbers have always been... I've always had at least, other than that last league, between Cavern of Souls and Forests, at least 8 of those. Like last week we had 7. I'm not sure if that affected how often we were playing like our green creatures or not. But I kind of don't want to stray from the caverns. At least not over, like, it's with summoning traps instead. I'd rather just keep the caverns, honestly. Alright, let's like max out the Vesuvas still. But let's do 3 and 5 with caverns and forests. And then... Some of the sideboard stuff could just be... like, these could be ley lines, for example. I played Rex Sages instead of Force of Vigors. Potentially they could be like 2 Rex Sages, 2 Forces. 4 Mindbreaks. I think these are originally Thorn of Amethyst in the list that I saw. It's been pretty cool when you do get to cast it. But I mean, it's just there to... Like, any 10 drop creature I feel like would probably be enough there. It wouldn't specifically have to be this card. I just kind of liked it as a meme card. It has been kind of fun the times I have gotten to cast it. One of the 3 times it didn't really do anything, but the other times it was pretty swell. Yeah, we have 2 Ballista in the sideboard. Yeah, this could also be like just a Ballista instead too, if you're wanting to be serious about it. But where's the fun in that, you know? Alright, let me go refill my water, use the restroom real quick. Thanks everyone, and then we'll play another league of this real quick. Yeah, I moved in about, it was September 1st, so almost 6 months. I'll get around to it, don't worry. Honestly, I might just, I don't even know if I'll be at the same apartment when my lease is up. So at this point, maybe I should just leave it there in the boxes. Like, literally all my free time has been streaming, I feel like. Pretty bad. Yeah, this looks like a ship, a mulligan. Like, the land to spell ratio is decent, but none of the lands accelerate. If this Once Upon a Time finds Ancient Tomb, this could be a good hand. Yeah, I think I'm going to try this one. Cloudpost would be fine too, potentially, and maybe we draw almost any land in the next 2 draw steps. Man, I mean, at least there's a land. It's pretty disappointing though. Yeah, there's been some epically bad Once Upon a Times. Like, not just with this list, but in general. This is good for us. I turned too late. So, Tomb Chalice. I mean, that could be... Most of the time they don't have Wasteland. Unless they're Eldrazi, then they might. But I think we just want to play Rejuvenator. And then we can Thought-Knot next turn. Well, there has to be some Cloudpost eventually, if it wasn't in the top 12 cards of our deck. Once again, Wasteland proof. I think we just play Forest and Thought-Knot this turn. Just wait on the Spyglass. Yeah, you're right. That was bad sequencing. Probably just take this Plague Engineer. That way my Rejuvenator could block. Why is it opponent's control? That's some bullshit. Yeah, because then my Thought-Knot can't block their Matter Shapers too. I'm taking that. Like, it doesn't even make sense in, like, a literal, like, science sense. Like, if they designed a thing for, like, a plague for Eldrazi, they wouldn't, like, just protect their own Eldrazi. Like, they're the same fucking creatures. But non-symmetrical. That's the story these days. Oh, that's good. Okay, so getting Karakas with this, or just Cloudpost. And I think I want to get Karakas since I don't really have much else going on. I don't necessarily need to play the Vesuva out yet. I could, though. I think I just save it for one more turn and then copy the Cloudpost that I'll likely search up next turn. Although I could just copy something else and then, because of their Urborg, save a life that way. No, I think I'd just wait until next turn still. Nathanos, thank you for following. It's hard to say if what's better. If I copied anything, it could just be like any land almost. That's fine. I mean, this is our Spyglass, but whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot we were gonna put Tabernacle into main deck. Oh well. But yeah, it doesn't seem bad to have Tabernacle main in this list. So Chalice, interesting. Well, I might as well, yeah, I might as well double block and then take this 4. I could just deal with this here too, but maybe it's worth keeping this around and then forcing them to, yeah, I'll keep the Thought-Knot around. I think this is annoying as like a blocker for later. Alright. Yeah, let's bounce Golos. I feel like there's no reason to attack still. But yeah, I don't know if like it's close. If last turn I should have Vesuva like anything, because then I could have not had to take 2 damage because of their Urborg this turn. But this will set me up better later. But maybe it's not that kind of game where I need it to go that long, or I can expect it to go that long. Let's block with Thought-Knot. I'll draw Z Temple. I would like to get the Spyglass out too, ASAP. Maybe I should block with Golos, just in case they had another Plague Engineer. I was thinking if they had some weird, like, deal extra damage, I wouldn't want to lose the Golos. And I think Eye here with this one. Yeah, let's me cast both these out then. I just rather have the blocker than the Thoughtseize ability. So no cards in their hand. Yeah, it's so good here. We can also use it to continuously like block with it too if it gets to that point. So if I draw a land next turn, or a mana source, then I can bounce Golos, get like a Cloudpost, then also search up with Eye. Yeah, I can have a Cavern of Souls. It's fine. I got our mana. That's good. Man, is there like a shortcut to when Urborg is out to do this faster? Yeah, maybe it actually is like worth it. It's just like pet. I think this is the only 0-mana card in their list, really. I'm definitely gonna cut the Chalices post board. This is annoying. I mean, they still can't damage me. Yeah, I would not really expect Lotus Petal out of them. And that should be game. Yeah, Kozilek's my boy. I don't know what I'd do without my Kozilek. Let's not be stupid. Just go fast. That helps me go faster. Less tapping of lands. You didn't like Kozilek. I think he's just, he could be any Eldrazi. Doesn't that specifically have to be him? A different one than Emrakul or Ulamog, personally, is what I like. Because sometimes when I'm at the very late game stage, and I could search up at Ulamog, like most of the time Ulamog's what I want, but not always. But yeah, it's not 100% necessary by any means. So yeah, I think Tabernacle definitely. Ballista is probably. I guess if we're cutting Chalices, then yeah, for sure. And then if one more spot, I guess just the Force of Vigor is probably the next best thing. Maybe a Faerie Macabre, but played as a blocker with their Urborg. That's probably not worth it. I don't really trust this hand. I mean, let's see, we could... We'd be dependent on the second Once Upon a Time to then find something good. I think we can do better. Man, that's worse. I'm gonna try this. His hand's not superb either, but yeah, definitely the first one's the best of those. Let's put back probably Rejuvenator. Well, Rejuvenator could be like a gamble. Like if we find a forest, then we Rejuvenator, then this Vesuva could be really good. But if we never find the forest, then this is like better as anything else. I think we put back one of the Thought-Knots. Maybe a Thought-Knot and a Rejuvenator, and then just at least have like definite colorless things we can cast later. Yeah, I like that. Just try and depend on as few variables as possible. Yeah, I definitely forgot to side out stuff at times. They said they forgot to side out Chalice. That's not bad. Hopefully we get Cloudpost now since we've committed to like colorless. I don't hate Eye here either though. Could this turn go Tomb, Spyglass, and then we take this Eye, play out the Thought-Knot. It's probably worth it. And then we'll have our win condition that we're working towards at hand. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, we're definitely naming Wasteland. It's pretty aggressive, that hand, though. Yeah, I need to, well, definitely not scroll with my mouse, but also the keyboarding, typing, not be so so hard on the keyboard. That second Tomb, now I'm kind of thinking just play the Thought-Knot off of that. Because that way if we draw an untapped land next turn, we can Golos then. It's painful, so yeah, I feel like risking it. And stick their Thought-Knot then. Yeah, I really like being risky this game. Because I need to protect my Golos in hand. They're just always like 1 mana behind. Damn. Alright. Now we would have been able to play it too. I guess just Forest, and now we're at the mercy of the top deck. Maybe I should have Vesuva Cavern to name Giant. And then if we draw that next turn, probably would have been better. Always top decking the Thought-Knot. They always have it. That third turn Thought-Knot. Yeah, I think we're probably gonna die now. We're playing against Twitch chat. I'll just take this. And a 9. I guess we could draw like a Glimmerpost next turn, and then, or like a Rejuvenator into Glimmerpost. I think we're just dead now. And we know they have another Reality Smasher in hand. Yeah. They're just dead. Twitch chat misled me earlier. I was foolish enough to listen to them. Just kidding, I love my Twitch chat. Man, so John, I've been liking streaming so far, but it's like, it's the best when people are chatting and all. And I feel like people stop chatting like the second half of my stream, so maybe I should just be doing like shorter streams. Yeah, the first one, I wouldn't say it was great, but it was definitely, it was definitely worth keeping in hindsight. It didn't seem all that great, but yeah, I definitely should have kept that. This sand looks great though. Yeah, let's go for Cloudpost here. The only way we get this Thought-Knot off turn 2 would be if we found an Ancient Tomb, but then we'd have to draw into one next turn without knowing. Let's just wait as long as possible. Yeah, I need to get a regular schedule down. Because I want to be streaming every Monday for sure. The last couple of weeks, it's just always been at a random time, if I've done it at all. And probably it's dependent on like other people streaming as well. But I mean, I have no control over that, so it doesn't really worry me. Matter Shaper, Endless One. Yeah, let's just Cloudpost here. The only thing relevant we could find... Well, I guess we could find Tabernacle. So it's probably worth doing this right now. But I'll likely just play out another Cloudpost. Kind of like Eye has Prime Time. Yeah, we could... Prime Time, if we take Prime Time here, play Vesuva on Cloudpost, next turn Forest. Just thinking what we could possibly Once Upon a Time into after that. Yeah, I guess turn 4 Prime Time is probably the best thing to go for here, more so than like with the Eye of Ugin right here. Twitch chat. Strifo, thank you for the follow. Or the raid, sorry, the raid. Hope your stream went well. Welcome everybody. This is another Legacy stream, as I'm usually playing. Yeah, playing a 12 post, but not the regular 12 post. It's just a Stompy variation that I've been like kind of messing around with recently. Yeah, still has Prime Time, still has green. Emmanuel Forenza, thank you for following. Yeah, we're... The first game of a league here. Game 3 against Eldrazi Stompy. 12 post Stompy versus Eldrazi Stompy. And yeah, just trying to tune this up. Hey, how's it going, Leviathan? Yeah, I think... This list, like, in no way, like, replaces the Reclaimer one. They're two different decks. But I feel like this is a pretty fun list, though. Like, I definitely didn't mean to, like, sell this deck short in any way. If I made it sound like that before. I guess I should hold off on this once. The only thing I could potentially cast would be a Walking Ballista at this point for 1. Let's see, if I play a Reality Smasher... Nah, I think I wait on this. and see what they do on their turn. Hopefully we get this prime time off. It seems like they used their Thought-Knot to remove my Thought-Knot. Likely to play another Thought-Knot right here. Yeah. Alright, so let's let them do this. And then hopefully we find another prime time after this. Like, if we find a Golos, it's not the worst thing either. Playing a lot of modern Leviathan. Ulamog's too far off, unfortunately. I think we have to take the Rejuvenator. Yeah, we play Glimmerpost, we go to 13. And just hope we draw into something beyond that. Because I don't think just holding onto this Ulamog and hoping we live... Yeah, we don't have the guaranteed 10 mana just yet, even. Yeah, I'll take Rejuvenator. It's not the greatest once upon a time. Yeah, I still think we play Glimmerpost. Because if they dismember our Rejuvenator, I'm just dead. But I'll use this first, and maybe we hit... Oh, man. So if we find a Vesuva, we could maybe gain... If we hit a Vesuva with Rejuvenator, we could decide to copy Glimmerpost off that. But probably would copy a Cloudpost anyway, so yeah, I'll just play the Glimmerpost after. I think I like Glacial Chasm the most here. Let's take this Glimmerpost then. And second Glimmerpost, I guess. Yeah, the thing I really like about this list is there's like a lot of play to Vesuva. I've never seen that in any other versions of 12 posts yet. Not as much, at least. I feel like I should jump here. Just in case they like do draw into Dismember later. Might as well get my defense out of this Rejuvenator right now. More Rejuvenators. So I'm going to play Vesuva. I'm going to copy a Glimmerpost no matter what. It'd be better if I hit a Cloudpost to play this afterwards. But if I find the Chasm that I really want, I would sack a Glimmerpost. In which case it'd be better to play this Vesuva now. Let's play it afterwards. I mean, we have a better chance of finding a Cloudpost. And then anything else just doesn't really matter. Yeah, I was just getting all the Rejuvenators. Tabernacle doesn't really do anything for us, so I feel like just Karakas. I suppose we could take them off of casting another Eldrazi next turn if we get Tabernacle. Yeah, let's just disrupt them. Oh, okay, 9 mana. That's just a modern and preliminary. Modern, I'm guessing, got a lot better, right? I think modern was the worst off before they banned stuff, based on what I've heard. Best draw would probably be Prime Time. I would take a Golos. Man, maybe I should have taken Karakas there. And maybe I should have taken that Ulamog way back off that Once Upon a Time. And just hope I would get something to ramp with this Rejuvenator that I did. Better. Yeah, it went from shit to slightly less smelly shit. I can't believe Field of the Dead's too good, even for modern. A land that needs, what is it, 6 or 7 other lands? That's too good for modern. Alright, it's all down to this draw. Might live another turn. What do you guys think about Mystic Sanctuary and Legacy? Power level wise, probably fine. It is a pretty ridiculous card when you think about it. I would think it's probably on some sort of watch list somewhere with Wizards. Yeah, I agree, Acrobatics. Did the Field of the Dead ban? Did that hurt Reclaimer too much? That's a shame, because I did like the your list you had with what should I call it? Eldamri's Skull. Thought that was cool. Oh, I should have seen what the next card was. Still let me look. One of the most useless cards. That's a shame. I really like Reclaimer a lot as a card. It's good to see it in other formats. Didn't play even. We'll try this. There's a Spyglass into Rejuvenator. That's not bad. Let's remember to use our Once Upon a Time. Not make that mistake. Taking Vesuva here. Yeah. Looks like Blue-Red Delver, so we'll say Wasteland. Oh, yeah, definitely. Just like everybody's favorite deck, Tron. Are they all Scalding Tarns? Yeah, they'll find a way around it. Their one Misty will, in their cantrips. Yeah, you might be right. I think they can dig themselves out of that, though. I don't hate my line all that much. But yeah, you're probably right, Lomer Boy. I'm going to take Cavern and name Scout. Yeah, I should have... Man. I think you're right. I probably should have just named Scalding Tarn. I like autopilot when I'm paying attention to chat. Just something I should work on. But I still think they could probably dig out of that. even with their like Preordained Ponder. Delver will find a way. But I mean, naming Wasteland also has a lot of value there too, though. I could protect this like down the line. How do we get off this Golos? This Cloudpost. No, let's get Karakas, I think. They have double bolt. But if they double bolt the Golos, that's fine too. That means less bolts to the face. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's actually fine if they want to double bolt the Golos before our Karakas takes hold. Because we don't really have much else going on with this hand anyway. Plus this making Golos uncounterable to force them to like act. And I want to try and fit more Cavern of Souls into this list. Running 3 right now, but I want like the full 4. Just for like spots like that. Like that Golos was so important to resolve. I feel like the uncounterability like can't be overstated. Ooh. I'm gonna bolt this in response, huh? I mean, I could Vesuva the Cavern already. No, they're gonna bolt me and try and kill me, so I should probably go get Chasm right now. Let's see what they do. Well, I think for the land, I'd like to copy the Cavern and say Giant. Well, no, they're gonna kill me right. Oh shit! I fucked up there. Now we're just gonna get bolted to death. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, yeah, you're right. All right, well, let's make them see the line at least. Yeah, the 2 bolts is on my radar too. Yeah, they know. Sometimes people miss that too. Yeah, you guys told me 2 things I should have done that I did wrong. Should have named Tarn, and I should have not done that. For shame. Alright, we'll cut Kozilek. Just for you, John. Since you don't like Kozilek. And we already have another 10 mana fatty card. That should probably not be played. I like him just for... Well, I like him as a different threat besides these 2. Because sometimes I want to just try and draw into another answer when I'm at that point of the game. Ulamog is not exactly the thing I want. And I think it's just good to have some variation as well as density at that point. But that's more so for the other lists that I've been playing, like the more control-oriented Reclaimer lists. So I could probably be talked out of playing this in this deck. But I mean, I do like the Graveyard Shuffle. It's more important for the other deck, but it's always a good point for him. We're gonna try this. We're gonna risk it. Sounds good, man. Thanks everyone for joining me for these leagues here tonight. Ooh, Boom Pile. Yeah, Moment's Peace. I remember when you first played Moment's Peace. I thought that was a good addition. You think we should Chalice or Spyglass first? Probably Chalice. It's more crippling, and maybe they're hoping to cantrip into the Wasteland. I mean, we already got our Vesuva on as a Cloudpost, so... yeah, let's do that. Lightning bolts. Sweet. Yeah, let's start with this. Make sure they don't have days. If they don't. Bolt, light up the stage, ponder, preordain, winter orb. Yeah. Now I think I probably just go get Tabernacle off this Golos. That way they can't winter orb next turn, they can't sprite dragon. They can't do shit. Like, I could also go get another Cloudpost here, but I don't want them to winter orb. I don't like having only one land a turn. That's great when they like daze it and then you Tabernacle. You've done your work, Golos. I figure your time has come. Well, they only have 2 permanents. It's just the right number for one of the cards in our deck. I'll play with Duo Eldrazi with Cavern too, in case they drew their days. Yeah, so I haven't really figured out the sideboarding plans of this deck. But you think cutting these prime times is right? Or even bringing these ballistas in at all is the right thing? I feel like it's probably worth it. Just hitting unflipped Delvers makes this card worth it. And these are so intensive on the green mana that I'd rather just have these colorless creatures. And just like cheaper like total cost too as well. Yeah, we could bring some Force of Vigor if we're really worried. I don't know how I don't know how much they play of that card of Winter Orb. Like that was always a reason to keep Rex Sage in the other list. But there were a lot of times where you just never saw that kind of hate card out of him. One Force. What do you think else I should cut? Or just stay at 61? Nah, we don't cut Emrakul. I'll do 61. Spyglass. I think we do 61 rather than either of those, to be honest. This one is just such a good win condition to always like have. Like I feel like it'll either be we can't get to 6 mana, or like we'll just be out of the game where we can reach this. I don't think we'll be like reaching to get like the 15. And I just like this as a early the Wasteland Hates. Cascade? Well, yeah, you would be right in any other situation, but for the chat. I mean, I will cut it if you guys want to see the win instead. Because it's clearly the worst card in the deck. But, come on, Cascade 4. Imagine the glory if we pull it off. Like, we just win the whole stream if we cast that. We'll just do 61, it's fine. It's okay, guys. We're gonna cascade into like a prime time. Yeah, ballistas. This hand's probably a keep. Hopefully we find Cloudpost. Also Ancient Tomb would be good. Be good later. Glimmerpost, I guess. Didn't find either of the lands I wanted. This is Sprite Dragon, okay. Now I just want to name Construct and kill this. I think it's Stifle, but should you draw? And then just shoot it in upkeep, right, in response to the trigger, unless they bolt it right now. There's no reason not to do it then. Yeah. They could still show me if they wanted. Have you ever seen somebody reveal the card when it's not an instant or sorcery, just for whatever strategic reason, or maybe not, just so they like want to show you it? Seems like a next level play. I haven't seen this card in a long time. Getting stuff pierced. Shit. Cards killed me many times. I can't play Rend Daze until next turn. I'm fine risking it there. Like, obviously it sucks now, but... I don't know what to name now. I guess it's Giant. We'll just have the green for that, at least. Thinking about playing this Glacial Chasm pretty soon. Maybe I should have played Eye out last turn. And then Chasm probably this next turn. And save the Vesuva to possibly copy a Cloudpost later. Probably would have been better. Yeah, I'm going to play a Chasm out next turn. I'll get rid of this Construct one, most likely. Force of Will, Sprite Dragon. I like that. I think I want to restart the league. I don't want to play from 0-2. See if we want to change anything. Do we want the Tabernacle main deck? I think we probably do. And the thing I always want to ask myself through testing is if our green mana with this many forests was that too few. I feel like I haven't seen any reason to think it's too little yet. Let's try getting a Vesuva. I feel like that's probably fine. We get another sideboard spot then. What do we want? Could see just another Ballista. Maybe that Bog is worth it at this point then. I don't like... Yeah, let's just run it back. I don't like Tabernacle main deck, really, just in theory. With so many creatures. If you could listen to or have music on this stream alongside my playing of this 12 post, what genre do you think would best fit this? I'll play whoever like says the first thing. Like whatever the first person that responds is, I'll play that genre. It is in Chalice. The Apex Devastator. But it hasn't been played tonight yet. Sadly. Black metal. Black metal it is. Honestly don't know what black metal exactly is. I know what metal is, but classic techno. Yeah, I feel like listening to music would only do bad things. Like there will always be some people that like some type of music, but there's always people that don't like it too. Oh yeah, Daft Punkish. That would be like pretty fitting, actually. I mean, I was never like a super big fan or anything of them, but it's always sad when the band breaks up. This sounds like super naive, but like they're from the 80s, right? So they probably were pretty dead as a band anyway by now. No offense, Daft Punk fans. Oh yeah, well that's good for them, retiring. People will always remember the best that these groups do, you know? Like, I feel like you remember these artists for, like, the best that they did. And 28 years is, like, yeah, that's impressive. Disney. They didn't lose their soul, even with doing a Disney movie. It's a trap. I feel like it's the best, like, all-around thing to stop most combo decks. But it is also based on the other lists that I've been playing all the time. So it could be something else, potentially. I think the original list that I saw had Thorn of Amethyst there instead. I just prefer Trap in that case. Just because we already have, like, Chalice as a preemptive kind of thing. I don't know if I'd like having two, like, hate spheres or stuff like that. Oh, Trinister's not a bad idea. Maybe, possibly we, instead of the Mindbreak Traps, do, like, 2 Trinisphere. Or maybe we do, like, 4 Trinisphere instead of the Walking Ballistas. I don't know. Maybe we should just, hold on a second. But I mean, that's still all preemptive, like, combo hate is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know if that's, like, really what I want there. But yeah, it might be worth trying, though. We could do that. I'm gonna get Eye of Ugin here. I'm gonna Stifle. Man, I've seen a lot of Stifle recently. So be it. Yeah. I just like Ballista, or Mindbreak Trap, more than those things. Just because, like, yeah, they're... I like having one of them you can hide in hand as, like, an instant. And then also, like, Chalice to play out ahead of time. I'm gonna take the Karakas here. We'll still have 10 mana next turn. I was really hoping to hit a Cloudpost or a Locust land there so I could cast the Thought-Knot out as well. Not even that's not good, but at least we'll have our Golos. If they Days Undoing. Oh, no, we won't. Alright, seems pretty likely they're gonna find their Days Undoing if they don't have it already. So should probably... No, let's put the 12-12 on the board. Even if they get treasure, I feel like it's still just better having this guy in. But yeah, like none of this like list is like set in stone by any means. Like it's still in its very early like brewing stages. Like I kind of want something like this in the sideboard, just like a naturalize effect, a grave hate, something against combo, and just 4-0s to easily swap out. But like the options for those choices could just be whatever. Like it wouldn't have to be Mindbreak Traps, for instance. Yeah, I kind of like it too. I like how the 5th edition one, I think that was the set it was from, has the like 0 and it's like an activated ability for library. Like you still can't Pithing Needle it, but that's what it looks like based on the templating of the card. They're gonna Days Undoing now, I bet. With this treasure I gave him. All this magical treasure. We can't do it though because of that. No, yeah, we can't because of this shit. Pretty sure we can't, right? Because you can't cast a sorcery when Cascade things happen. No, I know you can't. I was waiting to see if you guys were gonna wait and see if I would just do it. Thanks for letting me know, though. But yeah, I remember hearing people say this doesn't stop like Arcanist things and like stuff like that. Man, fuck that card. Let's try and kill it so we can cast this next turn. I'm gonna say Eldrazi actually with this Cavern. Oops. In case they're planning to counter my Kozilek the second time. Yeah, it's stupid how that card stops, like unintentionally stops things like that. Like that's probably the worst part about it. Not to mention just instant spells are like such an important part of the game that I feel like a 3-mana card should not take that away. Like a 3-mana Planeswalker at that. Oh, you think so? Like, for me, it's one of the worst things these kind of control decks could be doing. Like, if they can get a quick Hull Breacher Days Undoing combo out, like, that's one of the few things that this type of archetype can beat me with. Yeah, that's true. So I play the Urza Echo deck every once in a while myself. And yeah, whenever you go to Echo, people always just wait to like Abrupt Decay. Or to kill the thing at the right time. Yeah, like it's so weak. Like they killed my Narset because I don't want to spend $300 on these yet, but same thing though. They're always ready for it. They're, yeah, trying to find it. I gave him a lot of mana to work with. 8 mana for 2 turns. This card is more broken than people think. Come on, I just want an Apex Devastator. It's so close. Ouch. I don't think there's anything they can actually do. Alright, well, let me attack. If they sack their Teferi, then I'll still Devastator. Even though it'd be correct to play the Eye, I just want to do it. I don't think they will, but... Swords? Shit, that's unfortunate. Swords in response. You might as well Thought-Knot him, I guess. Yeah, I see Narset all the time now. If you don't stop this card, you just see so many cards in your deck. Like, let alone stopping all the cantrips and Kozileks and stuff like that. Snapcaster, I feel like, is the worst of these. Yeah, they could get back Stifle. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to... The uncounterable, like, Eldrazi, like Thought-Knot, and you're forced to pick colorless. It's fun, you like, have to use the non-counterable part. I just thought that was weird. Cardboard Life should be relatively up to date. I think it's, the list is slightly different than when we're actually playing. Yeah, I know, me too. We were just so close. I feel like this always happens. There's something there to, like, ruin the day. Like, we're either one turn off, or they have something, some permanent that stops it from actually working. I know. Why can't they just let us cast our 10/10 creature for 10? And get some, like, chalices and stuff out of it. I mean, I do keep giving them a bunch of mana. The treasure this makes is, like, soaks up the Annihilator. This is a really good anti-Kozilek Butcher of Truth card. And another really annoying thing about Days Undoing is, like, I can't end a turn search up an Eldrazi. Just since it ends the turn, then there's, like, no window to get something end of turn. It won't really matter at this point. I feel like we'll probably still win this game. But it might take a few turns, though. They're passing? Okay. Well, then I know they have Stifle, probably, so that's still not the worst. Ulamog. Yeah, this matchup is great, but we have to be careful because then you have Days Undoing. But yeah, this is the reason to play this deck. If you grew up hating these control kind of decks like I did, you could just crush them. God, what's this? What are they doing? Oh yeah, instant speed ones. If it's your turn, end the turn. Okay. Man, what a weird interaction. I still really don't care about that. This is annoying, but... 7... It's a shame because I'm only 1 mana off of casting a Golos and also searching it up. I do think I try and... Yeah, I should just try and smack to Fury. Maybe I don't want to give them a Snapcaster back in the deck. It's just best to hold it as a blocker. They're pretty low, though. Oh yeah, you're right, we have Thought-Knot. Yeah, we'll just get that. Let's attack to Fury. I mean, I know what's in my deck. There is that Thought-Knot card. Let's remember to leave a colorless mana up too. That was the next stupid thing I was gonna do. I mean, this takes away my ability to end of step search up something bigger next turn, but it's probably right to just put the pressure on at this point. Nah, no Smasher. I don't like that Uro. That seems like the worst thing. What kind of a post list do you play, Velada? I mean, usually I would have like a Walking Ballista instead of the Devastator here, just to like do that last little bit too. Oh, weird. So like this one overpowers this static effect, or is that like a timestamp thing? Like if they played Narset first, then Hold Reacher, I wonder if it would be different. A timestamp, it's interesting. Now we can get Golos and start closing this. Unless they stifle, which we know they have. Yeah, let's just see it, make them have it. We're getting closer. They can't do their little sneaky tricks forever. Eventually we'll just squash them. Gotcha, Velada. Yeah, the Smasher's not a bad idea. I just feel like this is less of an aggressive list and more of a like a ramp and overpower in the end kind of deck. But obviously, like, yeah, Smasher's a good card, especially in that spot where they're at 3. Wouldn't have been terrible. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna Days Undoing again, probably. Probably shouldn't even bounce this now then. Five. Yeah, we're there now. Just make sure they don't stifle again. Took me a while to count all this one mana producing lands. 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh yeah, it's not a bad plan at all. Just to be aggressive with Eldrazi. I think they're gonna bring back to basics, so should bring these Force of Vigors in. Probably not Tabernacle, but at least like a Ballista. I like that against Planeswalkers and kind of the spot where we were at before, where we could search up something small. So probably these 6. Maybe not. Maybe we don't even need 4 Force of Vigors as well. It could just be like 2. But then the hard part is just deciding what we want to cut. Got Kozilek. No, we want threats against this kind of deck. And I also want the green cards around if I am bringing in Force of Vigors. So at least Thought-Knots and Golos is really... Maybe Spyglasses can come out as well. Yeah, let's do a nice, like, 2-2 split of, like, everything. Let me get 2 more spots. Okay. I'll just keep Golos in then. Like, now that Oko's not here, I feel like this isn't as important as before. Oh, nice. Yeah. Really want to keep this because the star of the deck is in this opening hand. And it's just not good enough. This hand, on the other hand. I'm going to turn 1 Chalice with this Tomb. And then, normally I wouldn't play Eye Super as early as I would normally, but I'm going to play it turn 2. Just in case they go quick with the whole Reacher combo. This is the best land to like already have out. But I want to play the Chalice early. So I want to play this Tomb first. Like, I hope they don't have the turn 4 combo. But even then, I guess I still get a Cloudpost out at least. And the more Locust lands I can get out and play, the better. Yeah, just start chipping away at the counters. I'll probably play Ballista out on 1 next turn. Petty Theft. Alright, I'll Chalice instead. Yeah, this is like the reason to play this whole deck, honestly. As weird as that sounds. Like, the whole strategy is tied together because of this land. And so I know I've said this before, like, for a long time, but I was going to do a written primer, and it's still coming for the Reclaimer list. I just haven't been super motivated about writing it recently, But like I promise it's gonna come out for those that are still like wondering about that. And if you've been watching the stream for a while, it's gonna be not the most informative thing. Like you'll learn more just from it's more for beginners and all. But it's something I've wanted to do like as a project for a long time, so 100% I'm gonna do it still. Oh yeah, that's true on Chalice. Like I feel like I'm a better writer though. Like I write a lot better than I speak. So I feel like that content, like I've been looking forward to writing like a primer for a while. But yeah, I'm just slow for doing it. But I'm not gonna just put it off forever. It's more just like tying everything together and making it look nice. I did like your video though on the Stryfo pile. It's nice to make content the way you, whatever works best for you. And the thing that happened too that I was hoping, well, I'm happy that the things got banned that did. I was like, man, if I don't do this before then some of it's going to be obsoleted if they like ban cards. So some of the matchups are going to be different now, but I can figure that out still. Yeah, Chalice 1, 2, and 3. I think the best thing I've done so far is Chalice for 10 mana to counter 5 mana things. It's not Force of Wills. No, that doesn't make you a bad person. You just wanted to win. I don't miss any of those cards though. Especially Oko. Card is the bane of Legacy. Bringing down the attendance numbers of the online tournaments. Maybe not, but it's just such a tiresome card to play against. Glad it's gone. It's still legal in Modern. Yeah, I guess there's not much to abuse it with. Not in the same way as like blue cantrips are in Legacy. Preordain is banned in Modern, right? I know Ponder is. Yeah, you have like Serum Visions and Sleight of Hand. Serum Visions is probably the 4th blue counter, or the 4th best blue cantrip. Yeah, I'm jealous. I don't know what's going on. It's okay though. Get to chat with my nice Twitch chat. One last time before I disappear from your computers for the next week. Foil Guy's Cradle. Man. So I bought my like old Magic cards a long time ago. Hey Belada. Oh, thanks for following. Like when they were way cheaper. Probably like 10 years ago when I bought most of them. And I remember when I went to go buy Cradles, my choices were either the regular ones for like 20 or the foil ones for like 25 a piece. And I was like, no, I'll just buy the regular ones, like why not? But like, yeah, that was like the difference back then. Now, I guess it's probably like closer now. I don't even know like what a foil guy's cradle would be now. But like regular ones are still way more than I'd want to spend on anything if I wasn't going to play like elves or whatever. Yeah, they look so nice. These old frame lands in foil. A lot of them are pretty beat up though, for whatever reason. And of course I sold my regular ones actually before they spiked. But everybody has those kind of stories. So. They passed their turn, and then they got stuck again. Oh, damn. Yeah, I think the forces, when I got them, were like 25 apiece. It's like 100 for the set. And that's like a card they could reprint, too. So... yeah, it's not just reserve list. They very purposely make cards expensive. Gaia's Cradle's probably the most expensive foil card there is, right? Like, the only one that could compare, I was thinking, would be Grim Monolith, probably. Also, I wish I could get rid of this thing that's just stuck here forever now. I guess they just when they play it, they'll take care of it. $2,600. Oh yeah, City of Traders too, the test print ones. I've only actually seen those at Eternal Weekend from a vendor. Like, most people probably don't even know those are like they actually exist. But if they had to choose a card from Exodus to make foil, like, they chose the right one for sure. Man, pretty low on life. It's Ancient Tomb. Man, how have I lost so much life? What am I thinking missing here? Oh, okay, I just tapped Ancient Tomb literally 3 times. Chat is making me hard to pay attention to the game. But that's fine. Tomb will do that, it's true. I'm gonna block this. Another Hull Breacher. Okay. It's better than Hull Breacher. I'm actually going to tap the Karakas to play this Ulamog. I don't want to take the 2 damage. Okay. I feel like opponent could have done that like 5 minutes ago. I think it's fine as a 3-drop Brazen Barber. It's kind of nice to have a main deck bounce spell for things like Merit Lage tokens and all. It also doubles as a creature with evasion. And not that I play those kind of decks at all, but it just seems worthwhile still. I'm gonna ship this, I think. As a 6-card hand, this isn't that great. Like, the best we could find would be like a Forest, and then the Rejuvenator would have to find something. And it's not terrible, but I think we can just do better. Put back one of these Spyglasses, but it's good. Yeah, I know there's a lot of good 3-drops, though, that it competes with. So I don't know if it's better than like a true name or like Hole Breacher, for example. Oh, but gotcha. Like for control, maybe it's not great for that. Oh, Reanimator. That's shitty. Oh, it's this deck. Alright, this deck should actually be a lot worse for this version of Post. Hopefully I get to play the Spyglass and likely name Alter. But maybe if there's like a fetch land I can get him with, might possibly say that. Oh, believe me, I know Reveal. I remember that card. Used to play it myself a lot. They're going to be pretty sad about this. I mean, we have a good defense against Alter anyway with our Eldrazi. But we're still going to name it here just to slow him down. And it's better than naming this Bloodstained Mire anyway. And so hopefully we don't lose our Golos from hand. Then we'll probably get a Chasm with that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, now they get Vengevine, right? Maybe not. Nice. Okay, well let's play that out instead. Then that'll let me play the Cavern the turn after for Elves. And just see where that goes. Because whenever I play this, whatever land I play this turn, I want to sack to Chasm. And I'd rather keep the green mana around for these Elves. Yeah, and it has an added bonus also be able to Spyglass too. I don't really know what's worth naming after Alter Dementia's already named. Maybe another fetch. I mean, I saw Putrid Imp in there. Yeah, they exiled it. That's a possible name. I'll just say Marsh Flats. I don't think it really matters. So I'll have to figure out something to do eventually when we get rid of this Chasm, but we'll be safe for a while now. Got a lot of time to draw into stuff. Yeah, this is like a spot where I wouldn't mind having like a Bajuka Bog main deck. Oh, nice Palada. Yeah, D&T... I'd say D&T's probably the best one of those decks. But no, this is what you'd like to play. Depends on that. Named Alter again. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't think they run any removal main deck, but especially next game, if I keep these in, it's probably just best to name the most useful thing, the single most useful thing in that spot. Just in general with these needle effects. Yeah, we'll have to We have more to worry about post-board. It'll be interesting to see if they bring in their ley lines of the void to stop our Eldrazi shuffle triggers. Because then we'll have to answer those, at least, too. Those aren't really good hits at all. I was hoping to hit either a green source or a Vesuva. So we could start naming Giant with that Cavern. Or Cataracts, too, to give us something to work towards. Or Eye of Ugin. And Cloudpost would have been better than Glimmerpost. So literally, like, any land would have been better than what we found. But variants. Yeah, I don't know. I always wonder with these kind of decks, like they're packed so tightly with their regular combo pieces. I always wonder like how much of that, like hate and anti-hate that they bring in themselves, especially against a deck like mine. Like I feel like most of these combo decks would want to just keep their deck as like combo heavy as possible. Try and race mine. Some mana, I guess. Come on, I think Cataracts would just be the best here. I'll take it. Oh yeah, Surgical. I think the ley lines of the void's their usual graveyard hate piece, in particular. But I guess they could have like other things too. Here we go. We'll just copy another basic. They don't have counters. Now we just have to not get like Cabal Therapy for Titan. Am I speeding? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm like F6ing everything. There's not much I can really do other than... Yeah, they did what I hoped they wouldn't do. So yeah, we're gonna be in trouble if we can't draw something these next 2 turns. I mean, that had to be a pretty obvious tell to them that we got a second forest out. I don't know what's your F for Titan. Couldn't cast that thing, if that's what you're saying. Yeah, maybe I'm just more awake now than I normally am during challenges. Whenever I stream those challenges, the Saturday one's me staying up all night, and the Sunday one is getting up like super early in the morning. So these like leagues are always at the time like when I'm most awake. Because normally I work till midnight during the weekdays. So personally, like this is the best time for me to stream because I feel like more like wide awake and interactive. Or something might just be screwed up technically that's like speeding everything up too. I guess that's a possibility. Well, we need something very good here. I think it's pretty much just Emrakul here. Because even if I get a prime time, I don't know what's gonna do it for me. Yeah, we have a lot to think about possibly bringing in here. Faerie Macabres, I think, for sure, just being a graveyard deck. I like Ballistas for getting rid of bridges, but that might not be worth it. I like Tabernacle. And then, like I was saying before, if they bring in their ley lines, we do have the Force of Vigors. But with as much stuff as we're going to bring in, I don't know, I might risk not having that. Yeah, Tabernacle's stupid expensive. Even Mindbreak Trap is pretty good in this matchup, or it's pretty relevant a lot of times, but I don't think it's better than the other things that I'm thinking of bringing in. It's worth its weight in gold, even more than that. Imagine if you could see the future back then and just buy up all the tabernacles. You'd be a wealthy person. Something going infinite here. I definitely should have said this as the second thing for the Spyglass. Alright. Well, this is a game where definitely the Reclaimer version is better. Alright, let's see what we want to actually bring in. I think these are definite. Also Tabernacle. My gut says Ballista is probably definitely worth bringing. But it might not be. And these Force of Vigors are if there's Leyline of the Void. Which they didn't do their thing, so they might not know that the Eldrazi are there, or know about that interaction. So I'm going to say not to bring these in this game at least. So that's 5 cards for sure, and possibly more that we want to bring in. Typically with the other list, I'll take out Spyglasses, just because Force of Vigor will answer their altar as well as the ley lines that they're probably bringing in. Yeah, so knowing that, maybe we should just swap these with Spyglass for one thing. Oh, thank you, Davey Pease. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Yeah, this is a time I don't normally stream all that often. So this is a little different. I'm going to take the Thought-Knots out. I don't think they do enough. We want our creatures that hit the specific lands. Yeah, I think we cut the Spyglasses. At least have some Force of Vigors. And how good is Chalice? I guess they have a lot of 1-drops. Could see maybe cutting this on the draw, though. I kind of want Walking Ballistas too, but I don't know if that's worth it. Let's just do 61. With the forces answering altars and ley lines if they bring them in. Yeah, this is a different list that we're playing, David. It's a Stompy version that I've kind of been messing around with the last few weeks. Trying to tune it up. This has Chasm, so I think it's probably worth it off of that. Although we don't have any threat yet, we do have Chalice still. Yeah, I'm going to keep this. One weakness of this version compared to the Reclaimer list is we don't have easy access to Chasm. Which in a lot of matchups, like this one included, is like the most important card. Let's see if we find Cloudpost or Ancient Tomb. And there's Ancient Tomb. Faerie Macabre as well, but I like just getting Chalice out here. I think it's pretty good. Like, it always gets countered, it seems like, when I get it out turn 1, which means opponents like fear it, or it's threatening to them. Like, even though it's gotten weaker over time, I think it's still pretty valuable disruption. Yeah, and then there's still a ton of like abrupt decays everywhere, abrades post board. Always lots of answers to it still, but until they find their answer, it's still good at just keeping them off everything they're trying to do. I'd say Golos for sure. I would take this if we were closer, but we need something to work towards. Are they going to kill me next turn is the question. It's probably not enough from the base that they're at yet. But they might be able to kill me next turn. So knowing that, I'll probably play Chasm next turn. So I should try and get the 5 mana for Golos next turn available and then be ready to Chasm. So I'm going to copy this tomb. Uh-oh. Got rid of Chalice. The bad thing about that is that, yeah, I don't want them to therapy, which they definitely know about this Golos. Yeah, bouncing Hogak and also our own Go. I was mainly thinking my own Golos is what I want to bounce. Oh, anger. Something spicy. Don't kill me, please. They could also have Assassin's Trophy, too. And so I think usually Prime Time, of course, is much better than Golos. But I think I still want this Glacial Chasm out this turn. So Prime Time's going to have to wait. And this is one of the best interactions of Tomb with Chasm. You can tap it and not take the damage. So I'll get a, yeah, I definitely get a Cloudpost here. Yeah, one Chasm. I've been considering multiple ones though for this particular build. Just so you could like search one up with Prime Time or Golos. Like get rid of the first one and then attack with it and get a second one. Which would give you like a window to get extra lands. Could possibly replace like one of the ballistas, maybe. Alright, let's just hope we don't die here. And get a look at what they sided in. Like if they have no way to answer Chasm, which usually would only be Assassin's Trophy, then we're probably okay. They might not know about the shuffle triggers too, so This happens a lot against Hogak opponents. They'll do their thing and then realize they can't mill us. Yeah, they'll build up, when they have enough bridges, they can keep recasting their Hogak, sacking it, and milling more of their deck to fuel more Hogaks with these tokens they make. And then once they make enough of those, they start doing it to their opponents and milling them. Which, yeah, they've started doing already. So I feel like they'll probably bring their ley lines in game 3. Yeah, they just hit something right. Yeah, Emrakul. Oh, we're fine until they kill our Chasm. Maybe I should have, I'm gonna play the Primetime next turn. I guess I could possibly find a Walking Ballista and get rid of their bridges. Let's just do this now. So let's just take some land. Either there, another Golos. Yeah, I should probably take another Golos. Have some more fuel. You have the Karakas already, though, too. Yeah, let's just hope the Karakas is enough. And they really have the land drops. Yeah, the main thing we're worried about now is Assassin's Trophy. But as crazy as all their milling was, like, at least they can't get any extra cards into their hand. I just remembered I didn't side in the Ballistas anyway, but that's alright. If we get this Primetime off, I'd like to search for Eye and maybe Tabernacle, just to take away their army and their Assassin's Trophy if they don't draw a 4th land. They keep sacking their stuff and trying to mill us now. Alright, so we'll go to 2 next turn. That's fine. Ooh. It's going to be better for colors later. So we'll play that as our land rather than the Cavern. So yeah, let's get Eye and also Tabernacle. Okay, we'll see what they hit. If they hit anything meaningful. They haven't hit either of those cards. They would have to hit those cards before they hit like an Eldrazi trigger. I'll bring it up here. There's Emrakul. Go ahead, opponent. Try and do it. I do too. We come so close a couple times, but we haven't actually done it. Alright, I get to still... I'm just gonna F6. I think I still get to choose. I'm not doing anything after. Technically. But we could still hang around a bit. He has to hit I, and then... The time clock is definitely a factor for them. Yeah, Tabernacle's not even the most important thing, but I just wanted to get it to help take away the possibility of Assassin's Trophy these next couple turns. Like, Eye is definitely the more important card. Some high quality entertainment. Look at all those zombies with haste. Yeah, it's true. You could use the Tabernacle to kill bridges. We also have our Cascading Cataracts now to try and find our Eldrazi that way with Golos Mills. Just one Eye of Ugin. And there's our Ulamog. Maybe they'll stop after that. Kozilek. This feels like the Four Horsemen thing. Like, you can play Four Horsemen online, right? Because it's only you that's getting punished. Okay, they gave up. Tabernacle. They're starting to see the whole deck. I mean, they could, in theory, write down every card and probably figure it out. Well, now I feel pretty safe, because they'll either have Eldrazi in deck, or they'll just shuffle themselves back. The only bad thing is that they'll know about this now, so they'll probably bring their ley lines in. We have answers to that, though. So what do you guys think about this version? Do you like watching me stream this, or... I feel like it's got a chance to be a good, like a decent Stompy deck at least. And I feel like the land drops in play to it are more complicated than I originally thought. I really like that aspect of it. I'm gonna just do everything in my power to try and resolve an Apex Devastator. I wish it were colorless. And I wish it were 11 mana as well, so it could hit the Eldrazi. Okay. Yeah, this is a cool deck. I think they should have stopped like 10 minutes ago, though. Gonna keep the Chasm around one more turn. Just because I can't Emrakul just yet. Yeah, there's no reason to give this up yet. And then I'll search for Emrakul end of turn. And then with the prime time swing, we'll have enough mana that way. 9, yeah. I guess I could have Nah, I don't have the mana to do the Golos activation. And also search up with Eye. Technically, it's not right to just yield until the end step. In case they played like a Pithing Needle or something, but... Why did they keep trying this? Why do they expect something to change? You got me, opponent. I take back everything I said. Well, they did have trophy, and they found it. And even my countermeasures didn't stop it. Well, it all makes sense now. Man, I really wish I had a Bajuka Bog. And I probably would have tried to at least get like anger out of it. They did know what they were doing the whole time, though. Actually, I don't know why they would keep milling me still. I guess that doesn't make sense. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was debated earlier whether that would be worth it. Just coming in that late off of a bog compared to like crop rotation. Being able to find it. Yeah, I think get my own. Yeah, my own with this. Thought-Knot. Hopefully, there's nothing too bad in hand. Could have also taken another Thought-Knot there. Interesting. Looks like our deck. Yeah, they give us 2 free locusts too, though. I'm just searching up Ulamog this turn. Yeah, no need to give them more mana and potential Define. And stuff, let's swing. They could Apex Devastator here if they have well, they have the second forest. I wonder if this is the same deck as mine. Because you don't really see green plus Golos plus Cataracts all that often. Have people who thought that was okay for Modern? It seems pretty clearly not. Ulamog, though, it's unfortunate. Just dead now. I think what we could possibly do. Let's get our own Ulamog. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing filtering card, though. Just thinking potentially we could exile 40 cards and get enough mana to cast our own Ulamog if they don't find their own stuff in time. Anything beyond what they already found, of course. So I think we have one Vesuva and one Cloudpost left in deck. So next turn, I'll play Golos. It's like any of these other lands. Get another Cloudpost and hope that's enough to get to my own Ulamog. Interesting. Oh, now I need my own other Locust land. Ah, it's not enough now. I guess I could have Karakas and then force them. I know that's probably a mistake. Next turn, bounced it to their hand. Yeah, now I just died to the mill trigger. I could have at least taken that from them. Yeah. I mean, we're probably dead anyway, but Definitely had outs. I just want Force of Vigor, if anything. And we didn't really see much of their deck to like know what kind of post deck they are exactly. Like, are they running 1-drops? We don't know. I feel like they might have yeah, it's very play draw dependent. I guess the Force of Vigors are probably just best or better than Chalices for answering like needle effects. Just for that alone. It seems like they probably are not on 1-drops, but that might not be the case. Yeah, that was a good draw for sure. You can live with that. Yeah, I think we keep this. If they Cloudpost turn 1, we could find either a Cloudpost or a Glimmerpost or a Vesuva with our Rejuvenators. And this hand just accelerates pretty well. There's a lot of Cloudpost mirror matches. So I've been playing this deck for like almost 10 years. And they were so few and far between when you'd actually play another post deck. Until like the last year, everybody started playing it online. Yeah, I don't know. Last game were you telling? I mean, I need to try and find Ulamog to try and kill their Cloudposts. So I chose that. Alright, now I guess I'll just get my own Cloudpost instead. It's better in the long run. This version seems worse than like the Reclaimer list in post mirrors. Just because like Crop Rotation Reclaimer allowed you to like act on instant speed. Which is pretty critical against other post decks. Oh, not my Devastator. I would think they'd probably take a Rejuvenator. Yeah, it definitely is for those kind of lands. Finding single lands. The Reclaimer version's a lot better at that. They took it. Apex Devastator will not be happening this game, unfortunately. I hope we find Eye of Ugin now. We need to find some action at least. Oh yeah, I like my lands looking nice. Get the old frame when I can. Have the shitty foil one of this in real life. I have the old Ancient Tombs as well. For the foil version. This is the only option before. I guess they have the that Masters one now. Interesting. Golos. Cloudpost, Vesuva. I mean, if they do find an Ulamog, might as well just load up on Cloudpost and hope we draw into something. Like, they could have Emrakul or whatever. I can't really do anything about that other than like staggering the number of post lands I play. Let's see if they have Emrakul here. Could get a Ulamog of our own. Yeah, that would have been the time for it. Could have played Apex Devastator. All these opponents, they fear it. I wonder if this is just like the pretty much exact same list. It looks kind of like it. Yeah, one Apex. Probably one too many. Let's see what gets exiled here. No, yeah, there's the Ulamog and Emrakul. I think it's GG's. Just one more draw. Why not? Golos probably. Dirty McGurdy, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I wanted to get to streaming leagues on Mondays more often. So I know this isn't a very typical time for me to be streaming, but I do plan to start doing it more regularly. I'm going to start establishing a specific time to do so. Usually I'm only streaming the challenges over the weekends, which everybody knows when those are. But yeah, on Monday, it'll probably be sometime in the evening or afternoon. Probably earlier than this right now, but I do that. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I'm into play Tony Murata. I always play this 12-post deck. I upload everything I record here to my YouTube channel, as well as other things, other content. So be sure to check that out if you really like the deck. And yeah, hit the follow button if you enjoy my content. I'm somewhat new to the streaming business. But yeah, I just got the new computer, which is awesome so far. So I haven't set everything up on it yet, but gonna look to start getting some co-streams going with friends from around here, plus some other streamers. So yeah, be sure to look forward to that. Yeah, I'll always be playing this deck. It's like my thing in Magic. Probably experiment with some other lists as well. Other Cloudpost lists. Like this one here is not the typical one. Looks like the blue-red Delver that's more burn-based, I guess. It should be linked below on my Twitch here. If it's not, I'll fix it. No, thanks for following. But yeah, if it doesn't work there, if like something weird happened, just Google like Into Play YouTube, and that should turn it up there. Yeah, and I also plan to release some written content for this deck. My primer for the other list. Just haven't gotten around to finishing it. But you can check up on my Twitter, so that'll link to it there. I'll probably end up linking it on this Twitch page too as well. But definitely on Twitter is where you can find that. As stupid as Twitter is, I feel like it's probably the best place to put it. I'm gonna hold out on playing this Once Upon a Time until the latest possible time. I'll likely probably go back to the Reclaimer list for the challenge next week. We'll see how I feel at the time. Whenever... yeah, I would never say ahead of time what I'm going to play for sure. But I've been enjoying this list a lot, so I figured I'd give it another go tonight. Do some more testing. Let's play Glimmerpost, I guess. Start playing Thought-Knot's next turn. And if you don't get Wastelanded, I could Tomb and then Golos. They get dazed that then. So I think I'd rather just more safely cast a Thought-Knot with this Eye. Also not take the damage from Tomb if I go for Thought-Knot. Yeah, if you're interested in like playing any of these decks, like I recommend like giving the Stompy one a try. It's been a lot of fun, and I feel like there's a lot more depth to it than at least like than what I initially thought. Like, just sequencing out these lands, it's like it's more critical than even the other list, I feel like. Yeah, sure. Could take some dad jokes. I am a fan. Yeah, definitely tune in Balada on the weekends. So I play this on the challenges. Pretty much play this in anything. Oh god, turn off auto yields. Yes. Opponent was slow about it, so I got to take back my auto yields. so used to that F6 value with these decks. I can never really counter stuff. And crop rotation is in the other one, but not gonna try and fool him thinking I have like some shitty colorless instant spell. I like it. I will admit I don't understand all of it entirely, but I think it has something to do with Z and sleep. I think I need some sleep. It's getting towards the end of this. Oh, Blood Moon. Well, that's not going to be very fun. Oh, okay, gotcha. Is it Death Note? Must be a dad thing. What was I gonna say? This is pretty shitty for me because I could either attempt the Golos, I could get my Tabernacle and take them off the Blood Moon for return, but if they counter that, then I can't even cast these Thought-Knots next turn because they require colorless. Or I could Thought-Knot, just guarantee that at least, but I thought Golos has the higher upside. And if they counter, I'd just rather them counter the Thought-Knot. Should also play Spyglass and Thought-Knot this tomb. Yeah, I think I should just get the Thought-Knot out now. Even if they're likely to get the Blood Moon down, I can at least then have some bodies out, maybe beat them with that. Okay, well now I'm glad we didn't cast that Golos. And I suppose I don't even need to play the Spyglass now, because if we're getting Blood Moons, maybe they have a fetch land that they're depending on getting for the third mana. So yeah, let's play it actually. This card. That's terrible. Man, maybe we just name a fetch land now at this point. Yeah, I think they should just Wasteland last turn too. Yeah, let's just say Scalding Tarn. It's gonna suck if they Wasteland, but it's probably more likely that they... Yeah. Yeah, that was the part of the Z for sleep is the thing I recognized. But yeah, dad jokes. Those are a good thing. Now I'd rather rush Titan in Wasteland. Ooh. I can guarantee these Golos. That's good. Under pressure. Yeah, I knew that one. The Ice Ice Baby original. Isn't it Price of Progress me? I think you are. Not if I do this first. And I'll get this Thought-Knot down. But first I'll... my Golos. I think I'll just... what's in their hand? Lava Dart. Alright, so I can get rid of whatever they have for sure. I also need to think about getting to Golos, but I should take the Price of Progress now while I can. I guess this is the sequence that could mess this up if they find their force. But they could also Chain Lightning plus Lava Dart all at once next turn to get rid of the Golos, so... okay. No reason to do that. Oh, that's smart, they hid the price. Force. Man, I really wish I had named Wasteland with the Spyglass. That's like always going to be a danger now. I need to try and get to, like, a Chalice at some point before I break this chasm. Plain Snow. I don't know who that is either. Something with ice. I mean, I like Queen and David Bowie. I know some of David Bowie, but... now it's probably lose Slay, naming Scalding Tarn with that Spyglass. Should have probably just been Wasteland no matter what. Unless they actually had that fetch land in hand. Sand is a lot that I like, but yeah, I don't think I can turn this down. At least the mana aspect of this game will be fine. Should be fine. This might be too slow. It's not bad. I almost want to play Glimmerpost out first. Just to, before, in case they Blood Moon. Get the life gain out of it. Probably should have played Forest that first turn, though, in case I draw Ancient Tomb. Ace land. It's fine, though. I mean, it's not the worst thing to have wastelanded. Yeah, now this situation. Popper protects zombie bears. Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I could find humor through deckless building. I mean, I guess just having that Devastator card is pretty humorous. I'm gonna get them to fire that off now. Let's take a Golos here. Yeah, I think I need to work towards... I think I just need stuff to work towards, really. Yeah, I just feel like Golos is probably right. See if this works. They'll wasteland now, or they should. Or do that. Okay. Now I think I just try and overwhelm the wastelands. They'll be dead and unbearable. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like super dead, most likely. Yeah, I really want the, there's as many, like, Cavern of Souls in this deck as I can. I think it's, like, super abusable if you get it to work. And also it's like a form of, like, color fixing in a weird way. Tabernacle, maybe? I mean, they didn't daze this. They might have a force in hand, though, so I should probably take this Cavern. The Wasteland, or the Vesuva would be nice to gain some more life. Yeah, that's true. They might be able to do it next turn with another island, so I should probably just take this Cavern. How's it going, Twips? Yeah, that's true. I could potentially daze the next turn to draw the right thing. I want to just die to a bolt here. Bolt land. So yeah. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna see the power of Cavern right here. I'll go get my other Cavern. Vesuva would do as well. And name Giant with that one. We got Tabernacle there, and then probably Cloudpost. Luckily there's no 4 damage bolt spell. So this will probably be the last match for my stream tonight. But yeah, thanks again everyone for watching. This has been fun. Even though we didn't get to cast Apex Devastator, which is on the top of my mind for playing this stream. Maybe this time it'll happen, this last one. Man, this hand's like... Nah, it's too boring. Try this one. Put back one of these Rejuvenators. And I underrated this land for like so long. How to? This was the first time I played this land. I know you have it, Twiz. And I know it's like for Golos and like your deck. But just as a color fixer, it's like weird that you get all your color fixing in a single land. Yeah, I definitely underestimated this. Yeah, Leyline. And also, like indestructible on the lands doesn't come around very often. Like, this is even more, like, resilient than, like, a basic land is. And that, like, never happens. I like it. But it's strange, though, because you can't really use it to, color fix early at all. It's just like only a color fixer late in the game. Uh-oh. Test, I guess, most likely. This ant. No, I guess we don't know at this point. Like, both those decks have all these cards. Show and tell, okay. Well, if they have Omniscience, I'm gonna put this Thought-Knot. Blue-red. Yeah, sometimes they have Omniscience. A lot of times they don't nowadays, but the alternative is putting Rejuvenator in, like hoping to hit a Karakas, which doesn't even do that much if they put Crystal Brand in. So yeah, let's just hope it's Omniscience. Okay, and now let's just hope they can't just win right here. They pretty much can. Double Gristles. Should be pretty easy for them to find an Emrakul. And even if they didn't, we just have to top deck a Karakas next turn. And one thing I do like about this list is, like, compared to the other deck, like, winning some of the bad matchups felt pretty nice. I beat Omni yesterday, Maverick. I can't argue with that. So probably the Sneak, the old blue-red version. We're just gonna make our needles actually valuable in this matchup. So normally I would side that out against the blue Omnitel version. But we'll keep them in here against this. I would just risk it if I was the opponent. Just go draw another 7 right now. I guess they have Omni, so they could just even play it post-combat. Wow. If there's no Emrakul in the next like 14 cards, can you pull it off? I guess 7 cards. Even then, we still need to draw something. What? Wow. Damn, it's too bad we can't also draw into something meaningful. We're just gonna die to damage now. I should have taken that Glimmerpost in hindsight. Alright, let's attack at least. was thinking about that too. It's like, I'm at 13 right now. I could be at 15. Okay. It's very surprising that it went that long. Alright, I want these forces. Mindbreaks, if they go the Omnitel or the Omniscience route, it's sometimes relevant. It probably is going to be worthwhile. Simply because we don't have much else to... A lot of other stuff's just not great, so... Well, I guess it's mostly, I say that based on the Omni matchup that I played a lot more like the last few days, where I would normally take the Spyglass out. And usually these blue-red sneak attack versions, like Omniscience is just like a small part of their plan, where it's not the full, full play set like it is in the blue version, or the mono blue, or blue-green, blue-white, what have you. So let's try and depend less on the mind breaks. Keep the Spyglasses. Because I like everything else too, just being like triggered abilities, or green cards to pitch to force. Kozilek. I guess we have enough triggered ability permanents to drop in off of Show and Tell that we could cut some of these. I think Golos is probably the worst of them. It's not being a green card either. And yeah, normally I would cut this card too, but this is for entertainment. We want to see it cast. Yeah, this looks good. And try and get one of these Thought-Knots. Try and hardcast one of them at least. And save the other one to put in off of the Show and Tell. Any other good legacy content being streamed right now? I'd like to raid that individual if possible. Lots of Thought-Knots. Yeah, let's look and see if anybody's streaming. I can do this now. Oh, True Hero. Yeah, we'll raid True Hero. It's my typical raid person. Probably streaming at a reasonable time in Italy while I do a late night one in the US. I can't wait to have a second monitor up and running. Like, I thought I was going to have it today, but required this adapter that I didn't know about. So next week it happens. Show and tell. Alright, here we go. Oh, that's the worst one. Yeah, if that was a prime time, we could put in... How would I put it in then? I don't know. I think it's probably better to just Thought-Knot a second time. Like, it's more important, honestly, to Rejuvenator, but because I need to get to Karakas eventually. But between the Force in their hand and me needing another green card, I can say like Omniscience next turn. It's just better to Thought-Knot right now. It would be so aggressive if I had a Griselbrand out. I'd maybe not go to 3, but I would go ham with it. That's just me, though. It's probably a stupid play, but that's what I do sometimes. I think there's a lot of value in making stupid plays. Because if they work, then it's great. It's also not auto-yield. It's very dumb. Do they not know that you can draw cards with Griselbrand? Oh, yeah. That's why I love the vintage deck that I play in that format. You just throw stuff out there, and a lot of times it works, too. Man. I'm gonna try and play this Rejuvenator and this Thought-Knot. I don't know why